see if we can get this started. Let's jump over ZBrush Live. Oh, it's not taking the camera yet. Let me see. Let me see what's going on with the camera. Because the camera is plugged in. So it should be alright. Let me see. We're gonna get this figured out. USB. Haha, there we are. Took a second. You guys are looking at me from a different angle today. Let's turn on a light right there so we get a little bit more light on my face. And not that you guys need to see it, but you know, could be nice. Okay, welcome. Okay, you're used to seeing me sit right over there, right? So you're used to seeing my cupboards right here. Now you can see a little bit more of what's around here. Um, yeah. So welcome. Welcome, welcome, and welcome. I am going to go ahead and kind of jump right in. Um, Today, what I'm wanting to be able to do is work on some posing. Um, I have a couple of characters. Well, it's like I have a couple of plans for this year that I'd like to be able to fill, and part of that is posing characters um, for the sake of toy production. So yeah, we're gonna do some of this. Hey, Leonard, good morning. Let's see if I can get my camera so that it's facing a better direction there. In fact, maybe what I'll do is I'll kind of tilt this just a little bit. Do something kind of like that. That works better so that it's got, you know, background. Got my shelf of books in the background. It's got, and that way my wife doesn't have to worry too much about the door being in the background. Hola, Brazil. All right. So to be able to get started, I'm going to jump into pumpkin spice because you know pumpkin spice is pretty nice. And let's say version 3. So this is pumpkin spice. Okay. I'm going to pull up also the spotlight. I don't have the spotlight in here. I have it in concept, I think. Well, maybe not. Interesting that it doesn't have. Yeah, maybe it's in underneath images. Here, let's see. Here, you know what? Let's actually do it through. Oh wow, everything just went blank. Everything just went white. Egg salsa. What? It's kind of random. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab this, throw it over here, grab this, throw it over here. So let's go over it now, and we should be able to take this and access our pumpkin spice. Okay. Now you see texture, load spotlight. Okay, so I don't technically have one yet. So I'm going to say import. Let's go back to actually let's go into concept because this is where we have the pumpkin spice concept. Grab this and bada bing. There is our little lovely. our lovely little terror. All right. So now you notice that like in the sculpting phase, I definitely did some things to modify and change the design. That's totally cool. It's totally fine. Okay. Um, but yeah, I feel like I've improved her and made her look really nice. So now the idea is to take her and pose her so that she's in this sort of pose. Um, Starting off the day with your ZBrush stream with ye old ZBrush team. Yeah, it's actually kind of a funny thing. Is that like the ye old the ye y used to be a uh, I guess a symbol or a letter or a shorthand to be able to write th, and so yeah, it's just kind of a like old English, not current English, right? Because current English, everything's confusing. All right, let's go ahead. Let's get started. So I think the first thing that I want to do is I want to sculpt this pumpkin so that we have it, right? The shoes are going to need to change, but that's fine. We'll get to that at some point. Um, so let's go ahead and sculpt the pumpkin. Get the pumpkin in there. And then I also want to grab the whole of the character. Say Control F, make it into a group. Oh, come on. It was supposed to have everything. Oh, did it take everything? It did take everything. Yeah, it's got everything. All right, so now it has everything, but it doesn't have like all these. Okay, I see what we've got. I see what we've got. Here, let's say Z plugin. We'll say subtool master, and we will say delete invisible. If I can find it, if I can see it. I can't see it. Can you guys see it? Oh my goodness. Did it get moved? Am I like looking past it? Oh, there we go. Delete invisible. I was looking past it. All right. So now we have just these subtools. Okay. Beautiful. I keep changing my basic, like my startup material to the basic, and it does not like to honor that at all. A little bit of a bug. And, obviously it obviously it bugs me a little bit. This is a little bit too round, or it's too flat. I want to get it so that it's a little bit more round. Make it feel a little bit more like cloth, like a cloth bow. Okay, it'll be a simple thing, but it'll be something that'll help it later on to feel much nicer. There'll be some things that we'll tweak and refine and whatnot as we're refining the character and getting her imposed. But she's fine. She's working just fine for now. All right. Hola, Nicolás. ¿Qué tal? How much time do you spend on projects in general? It depends. Some projects take more time. Some projects I feel like I want to spend more time on, and so I'll noodle them to death. Um, this particular project, this will go for a while. This is a much bigger project. It's much more involved. Um, in fact, I'm gonna say Save as. We're gonna say version 4 just to make sure that we're okay. Um, so yeah, this project is there's a there's quite a bit of scope to it. There are a whole bunch of different characters. Oh, you know what? She needs her beauty mark. In fact, maybe I should make it like a little pumpkin seed on her cheek or something. That might be a little bit too weird. Z, let's go into the paintbrush. Oh, X, that's what I meant to hit. Oh, I see. I see, I see, I see. It might be too dark. Here, let's try taking that RGB intensity like way low. Cause see, it's like way too dark. So I think what I'm gonna do, let's see if we can get. That works. It's in the wrong spot and it's a little bit too small, but you know what? I think I kind of like it up a little bit higher. My wife actually has a couple of little beauty marks underneath her eye. One right there, one right there. So maybe I'll do something kind of like that. And I mean, it's a little bit big, so it's something that should hopefully show up from a distance. Might be a little bit too big. That's better. I like that. I like that it feels a little bit more dainty, a little bit more delicate. Not delicate, but refined. How can we follow? If you look right down here, all my social media, you'll find me anywhere underneath that username, SMAARTIST, smartest, or SMA artist. Um, that's where you can find me. My most active platform is Instagram. That's where I tend to spend most of my effort. And then streaming here on the Pixelogic. Wow, that was very unexpected. Um, Streaming on the Pixelogic ZBrush Live channel practically every week. Um, I will have a little bit of a break here, but you know that's kind of fun. Um, do you have tips on how can I land a job as a 3D artist? It's been 6 months. I completed my 3D course. I'm 21. I'm getting demotivated. 6 months, it's nothing. You just got to keep working at it, and you gotta. I think the big thing too is that you got to be willing to take jobs that might not be ideal, but be willing to look for jobs that are adjacent. You know, something that feels like it's related to what it is that you want to be able to do. It's not always going to be. Oh, you know what? Pumpkin spice is kind of in the way, or like the stream information is in the way. So let's get that up here. Um, because yeah, I mean this industry, it's super fun, but it's definitely not an easy one. It's super competitive. It is, yeah, and I've heard people say that, you know, there are jobs, and yeah, there are jobs, but you know, in order to find the jobs, you got to be willing to look outside of the Disney, the outside of the Pixar, outside of the big name studios. um, in order to find them sometimes, because those big name studios are going to have, 1,000 applicants for every job, and you're going to be one in 1,000 instead of being, one of a dozen applicants at some of the smaller places. Um, so yeah, it's just a matter of being able to pick up on those sorts of things and being able to say, hey, I can do my stuff. I can wait. I can, I don't know. There's kind of a lot to it. Um, but yeah, don't get discouraged after 6 months. If you just finished a course and you're waiting to be able to get your job in the industry, it takes time. Um, it takes a lot of time and a lot of patience. Even after you've made it into the industry, you're going to have ups and downs. It's just kind of how it goes. So tips would be to keep working on your craft. Okay, so keep improving your. I mean, like I'm a professional. I'm still working on my craft. I'm still working on my own characters. I'm art directing myself. I'm developing projects for myself, um, and then networking, reaching out to professionals and getting feedback on your work. Um, you know, uh, Deciding when things are not quite to par, and taking criticism, taking critique. Not criticism. Criticism's not a good thing, but critique is a good thing, right? Um, okay, we gotta put this pumpkin in here. Let's say append sphere. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll scale this down some. It's going to get scaled quite a bit, but it's fine for now. I'm going to say flatten. And what's cool is we can go ahead and turn on symmetry and get this to be like, flat on the top and on the bottom. And I'm going to say taper. I'm going to give it a little bit of like that squash, maybe more to like a side here. And maybe here on this side too, just so that it's, oh, here we got to go through and apply that. Accept. Yes. But yeah, there are a lot of really cool places to work out there that aren't the big name studios, and it's just kind of a matter of, you know, looking around, finding it. Um, a lot of people go through and just take freelance while they build their skills and their um, that sort of stuff. Trying to get themselves to be better artists. Um, 'Cause yeah, it's important to find opportunities that will build you, especially as you're starting out. Um, there's a lot. There's a lot. Hopefully that makes sense and sounds. Like I'm going to go through and try to add in some of these little indentations around the pumpkin. Sometimes they're very regular. Sometimes they're very irregular, like irregularly spaced. Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll do something like this maybe. Okay, let's get deformation. inflate in the negative direction, soften, inflate in the negative direction. Okay, that's starting to go somewhere nice. The top looks terrible, which means that the bottom likely looks terrible. But it's okay. This will be something that we can go through and we can control. Oh, you know what? I should go through and control that edge before I even do anything with. Yeah, because right now this is like way too harsh. And then I'll do something also to make sure that the well, yeah, obviously like the bottom as well. But like with the top, I want to make sure that there's kind of a bit more of like a sculpted indentation. So let's grab the move brush and we'll just say blup. Let's do something kind of like. Okay, now we can go ahead and we can start doing our little indentation bits, and that would make more sense. Okay, let me see something maybe like right over here. It's going to be different from how we did it the last time, but that's okay. Let's do something like that. These are too evenly spaced. There's too much of a gap here. So let's see if we can get maybe more something like that. I think that feels a little bit more balanced. And we'll add some intermediate kind of strokes and whatnot just to make sure that we have a good balance. Yeah, we'll add a polygroup too, so that's nice and easier to select, easier to control. And you know what? This smooth is like really intense. So let's kind of get rid of that a little bit. Let's hit polish a little bit, and then I'll say inflate. Get a little bit rounder of a shape in there. Let's see what we've got going on in here. Smooth that out some. Smooth this out a lot. Yeah, it's going to be a matter of like going back and forth quite a bit. But this is all going to be fun. This is all going to be just like super cool, super fun little pumpkin dude. Just going to kind of smooth out that center area so there's not so much of a pinch. We'll be adding in the stem here in a minute, but you know, it'll be fun. Thank you so much for the stream, Steven. I'd like to ask what ZBrush practices do you recommend beginners do so we can improve faster? Focus on forms before you focus on details. And that's something that you'll hear from any of the streamers. The big thing is to focus on the forms first. Now you can see like I haven't even worried about trying to get the face in there yet. The face is something that I'll build out in a Boolean sort of fashion so that I can work in a non-destructive way. And I'll show you kind of what that means here in a minute. But like for the sake of like characters, similar sort of thing. Like we work with like the main forms, getting the main structures of the character in, and then refining that as we go along, and then worrying about details as needed. Is like you'll see, for instance, that her base mesh, it's very low resolution. Okay, this is a very low resolution character and it works really nicely. There's a lot of topology there, and there's definitely enough for me to be able to refine and define our character, her forms, her structure. But one of the things that's really nice is that if I wanted to be able to add resolution to be able to define different things like, some structures with the lips to make sure that I'm getting some cool creases in there, or to make sure that I'm getting some good texture resolution in getting like different color variation in makeup or the cheeks, um, some good speckling on her shoulders, that sort of thing. That's all stuff that comes in when I add subdivisions, and it becomes really really handy. So so yeah, being able to subdivide is insanely helpful. Working with clean topology inside of ZBrush, it's not always necessary, because there are times where using things like Dynamesh or Sculptris Pro is like definitely like a super super cool and really useful tool. Let me go ahead and kind of switch my chat so that it's closer to my Cintiq screen, so I can see it a little bit more easily. Um, but yeah, so working with broad shapes and broad forms before you go and get into the smaller forms. Um, this is a good example. Her bottoms here. It's really low resolution stuff, and I was trying to build it in, trying to get that graphic shape first, so that worked and kind of helped to inform, uh, well, support and deliver this graphic read of her anatomy down in her hips. Um, but then I was able to go ahead and add resolution to get this pumpkin detail in there, and then it works really in when I baked it inside of the substance, it looked so good. It looked so so good. Um, I wish I'd taken pictures of that. I should have taken pictures because I'm not gonna pull it up right now, but it's something that turned out super super nice. So yeah. Anyway, let's go ahead. Let's push on this pumpkin. Let's see. In fact, I can go ahead and say, let's grab that pumpkin color. Maybe grab. No, that's too. Yeah, let's just grab from her bottoms here, and then we'll just say let's grab Skin Shade 5. Skin Shade 5 is my own. Um, it's my own material that I use to be able to sculpt and whatnot. One of the things that Skin Shade 4 has is it has like a highlight with like a little bit of a. It's like the highlight kind of burns out a little bit. So it's got like almost like this dark center to the highlight, and so I went through and tried to fix that with Skin Shade 5. Um, I don't have this available anywhere, so if you're interested in it, I might go ahead and add it up on online as like a freebie on my ArtStation or my Flip Normals store. Um, we'll have to see. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna turn on AccuCurve and see kind of like what we can get out of this. Some of these bits I want to go through and just kind of like shape this pumpkin so that this feels right. Turn off the pin. Okay. So one of the things that I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to get a good graphic shape. A lot of this, you'll see that, I mean, I'm going through kind of about this the wrong way. There are a lot of different ways to add shape here. I'm going to try doing this because one of the things that's really nice about the standard brush is that it'll help preserve your details. And so I can go through really, really easily and create this really neat graphic ridge. Makes everything feel very designed. It feels very controlled, and you don't have to do a ton of work to do it. Oh, yeah, I'm having fun. This is going to be good. I'm a 3D student first year. Should I be concerned about the rise of AI? Okay, AI is a very tricky subject. I think there will always be people trying to cheapen what artists do. Um, I also feel like um, real artists are going to always be in a demand because they can think for themselves, they can communicate. Um, I think that AI will develop into a tool, so long as it develops into a tool that's self-sustaining rather than sampling from everything that's um, yeah, I feel like there's a lot of like moral and ethics sort of topics that can go into this. Um, but I think that eventually someday it'll develop into a tool that's much more ethical. Um, and when that happens, it'll be a good day. But it's something that you gotta kind of just stay ahead of the curve. Make sure that you're developing your own skills. Make sure um, that you're professionally. Yeah, it is a hard question. um, because I do feel like it's here to stay. Um, the form that it takes from here moving forward, I think um, that's where things are a little uncertain because like I know for sure that some of my friends, they're not going to stop using it. Um, like I have some really good friends that do some insanely cool stuff with it. Um, and it's a heavy thing for them that people are like against it and hurt by it. It's like it's a new tool, it's a new thing. It's like, well, it's the ethical bit of it that it's sampling from everybody else's hard work to make something in seconds that utilizing something that somebody took you know hours, weeks, months to be able to make, um, without credit, without compensation, without all sorts of things, right? So that's part of the consideration that needs to be made. Okay, but yeah, I don't know. Like I said, lots of hard considerations with that one. Oops. Cool. Okay. I do want to make sure that this pumpkin's face, we'll call him Gordy. Make sure Gordy's face is pretty flat. Um, and then I want to use, I really, really like the face that I have drawn on here. So I want to use that as my face for Gordy. And we'll have to, you know what, let's try something here. I'm going to go ahead and add a couple of subdivision levels just for the sake of getting some of this in here. Here, let's go ahead and do the, let's lock the camera too. That could be nice. Let's grab the opacity, take it down a little bit. Okay, just trying to get a little bit of that masking in here. And we'll have to refine the shape of this, but I want to try to make sure that I'm getting as much of this shape in here as possible. But I guess another word on AI, like there are tools that you use undoubtedly. Like if you use ZBrush, you likely use some form of AI. For instance, any of these automatic tools that we use, anything like ZRemesher or Dynamesh or Decimation, that stuff is all a type of AI. It's all artificial intelligence learning, trying to drive a process so that so that humans don't have to do it. Um, it helps to cut time. It helps to cut. Yeah, it helps to really like streamline a whole bunch of things. But that's just one of those things, right? It's it's something that we don't necessarily ever think about. But yes, AI it's part of our lives. It's part of our process already. Um, Even if it's not controlling the process, it's not controlling our output. It's creating tools that use artificial intelligence or that use algorithms to create an automated output that allows you as an artist to better perform your job. The nice thing about tools like Decimation Master or ZRemesher or Dynamesh or those sorts of things is that those tools are not sampling from pre-established things, pre-established ideals, pre-established standards or products. Um, it's stuff that's sampling from what you are creating to be able to honor forms, to be able to honor details, to be able to honor things based on whatever parameters you put in. So that is where I feel like AI should go, is looking at trying to sample from the immediate space or trying to sample from an immediate library. So if somebody like um, Ian McCaig were to want to develop a series of what's it called, like a series of concepts for a new Star Wars film that he was hired on to do, and he wanted everything to be done in his style. He could have like a hard drive full of his stuff and have the AI sample his things locally and have it generate new images based on what it is that he has. It's like that sort of thing I feel like is both ethical and super cool. And it's just a matter of application and and whatnot, right? But yeah, so technically, as ZBrush artists, we are using some form of AI. Um, it's maybe not the traditional stuff, but um, it's definitely artificial intelligence, and it's pretty killer. It comes down to how you use the tech. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, let me see. Oh, you know what? Did we move that? Or did we not? Hold on a second. Oh, extract, there it is. Salud. Mm. All right, let's see. Yeah, that looks like it should work. Accept. Okay, so now we've got our extraction. And in fact, let's go ahead and make sure that this is its own color here. MRGB, color, fill object. Cool. So this is penetrating pretty nicely. This is getting a good yeah, it's overall it's interacting with the surface nicely. So that's nice. I'm going to say let's grab these polygroups. This is just the front polygroup. It's I don't need to worry about the back or anything like this. Thank you, Leonard. I'm going to use some artificial intelligence to better my life. I'm going to say, let's come into ZRemesher. Okay. One of the things that I think I want to do before I do this, let's go in here to slice curve. I could use the knife curve and that should be fine, but I'm just going to use something like that just to get like a little bit nicer of a curve along the bottom, along the outside. So this way when I use my ZRemesher, in fact let's go ahead and we'll start. Oops, I should have just grabbed the select rectangle. Okay, let's say modify topology, delete hidden. Let's grab this. Okay, much nicer. Delete hidden. Here, and let's say polygroups. This is like this is one of those tricks that I used when I worked at Imagineering to be able to get nice, clean shapes for everything. I'm going to say slice curve. Um, so one of the jobs that I had when I worked at Imagineering was designing rock work for the rides. Um, oops, that one lost a couple little pieces here. So we're going to come over here manually. Like this is literally like part of the process for me in designing and cleaning up. Auto groups. So you see now we've got that nice crisp line right here, a nice clean shape. I may not even need to do ZRemesher at all to be able to make this stuff work. I do, however, want to make sure that I'm constantly coming in and saying delete hidden so that I don't have to worry about there being like pieces of garbage giving away the magic. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's a lot of pain behind the magic. Let's see if I can get this this nice broad curve kind of coming up here like that. Delete hidden, since this one's kind of facing in this direction. I don't like that. Okay, so let's check and see. Yeah, it looks pretty good. It looks nice and clean. So now I've got this, we'll say delete hidden. Okay. Ah, the bottom edge of this piece right here. Let's go ahead and let's do that, because that's definitely needing some help. Oh, here, let's do this side. Hit that, delete hidden. Okay, hit that, delete hidden. So now those eyes are looking pretty tight. That's looking pretty nice. Yeah, I like it. I like it. And I'm trying to cut off the least amount possible because, you know, I want to keep my shapes. Okay, so we've got everything except for the teeth now. Say delete hidden. Okay, so with these teeth are going to be a little bit trickier, but we're going to use the same trick. Magic for the end user is usually a lot of work in the backstage. It definitely is. It definitely is. And it's funny because like whenever I would take my kids to the park, there was always a huge amount of stuff that I was geeking out about, like, oh guys, look at this, like, you know, and they loved being able to hear that stuff, and they'd be like, Dad, I saw where the speaker was, or Dad, look, this is where the seam and the rock work is, or Dad, this is, you know, they know, and they can see it, and it's still magical to them, and I think that to me is super neat. Not deformation, polygroups, autogroups. Okay. Just trying to true up this shape a little bit better. That's going to get a little bit messy. Oh, it didn't get messy. How about that? Nice. I'll take it. Oh, not subtool. I need geometry. Boom. Delete hidden. There we are. There we are. Alright. I'm going to try going through and running ZRemesher now. One of the things that I can do if I wanted to be able to make sure that I get like as clean of a grid as possible is I could go ahead and just like slice. Okay. And now I have, you know, like something of a grid built into it, right? I mean, I can go through and define that however I feel like I want to. Yeah, let's come through here, maybe make it so that we have a flow going through the top there. And then we can even make a flow, because like if I were doing this by hand, that's something that I would do to be able to define that. So maybe it'll keep some of this. We'll have to see. But these are some flows, some edge flows that I would put in manually if I were putting things in manually. So I want to see what it is that ZRemesher comes up with. I'll leave the eyes as they are. See if anything good comes of this. Hit 7 just to be able to use that stroke. What's it called? Shoot, the underneath stroke. You go to curve functions. You have this frame mesh. Okay, so this is going to frame. This is going to add a curve to the border of the like any open border, any open edge. It's going to add a curve to polygroup differences. So this is why we're getting curves around all the different polygroups in our mesh, and any creased edges. I don't have any creased edges, so it's not really a big deal on this particular one. But yeah, so we have that, and now we can use ZRemesher and have these work as guides. So I'm just going to say curve strength. Let's put that curve strength all the way up just to see what happens. And I'll hold Alt and hit ZRemesher. Not too bad. You can see it went through. It tried to honor that. I'm going to I'm going to take the curve strength back down to 50. See what we get out of that. Not too bad. Let me see. Let's take our poly count down to like 1. Not terrible. Definitely not amazing. This is also one of those things where I could probably just use this as is. We went through did all that work to clean it up anyway. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Let's see. There we go. I'll keep that. I'll keep that as it is. Let's say I want to take this now. I want to say I'm gonna add thickness to it, but I feel like the easiest way to add thickness. My answer to the kids on how something was done was magic and mirrors. Yeah, mirrors and magic. Yep. Yep. And that's literally the case with with some of those rides, like in a haunted mansion. That one's beautiful, and I noticed something, or I feel like I noticed something the last time I went through it. Blew my mind with the dancing ghosts in the ballroom. That was amazing. It was so amazing. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of this right there. Modify topology, delete hidden. Okay, delete hidden. So I was noticing, and I never paid attention to this particular part of the ride before. In fact, give me a second. Just a little bit bright back there. And I don't feel like that helped very much. So I was noticing that the ghosts that are dancing around the ballroom floor off to the left side, like between the organ and the dining table, they all looked the same. And so I tried to pay attention, and I feel like what I was seeing was reflections of reflections of reflections. So you're getting like, I don't know, however many, 6 ghost pairs dancing around in that area, and it's just a reflection of a reflection of a reflection, and they use kind of like mirrors to make it look like these ghosts dancing next to each other. And I thought it was so cool to see that. you know um is that how that worked, Leonard? Nope. So there are multiple ghosts then. Here's what I'm going to do to be able to get thickness to this so that I have something to be able to use for Boolean. Okay, is it working now? It's got to be like an internet issue because I'm having like internet issues lately, and it's driving me nuts. Hopefully it's working now. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and just do this like this, and I'm going to say create difference mesh. So you can see now we've got this piece that has some thickness to it. It's inverted, but it's there. So I'm going to say flip. Okay. We can come over here. You can say insert, morph mesh here. Okay. So now the important thing will be getting us to be like both Twitch and YouTube are working. Good. Yeah, that's always kind of a pain. Streaming is so hard. It's one of those things that's really tricky because like I only have so much that I can do about anything. Okay, I'm going to take that, turn that off. Let's say turn on Booleans. I'm going to turn off the character for now. Let's say turn this to a clip. So you can see this is what we're getting with our shape. Okay, so there are going to be some things that I'm going to have to kind of modify and change so that this can be ready for printing. In fact, let me try something real quick. I might be able to work this out in a nice way. Pumpkin. Okay. I mean, it's not, that piece doesn't matter. It won't be taken into account if it's not visible, so it's not really a big deal. But yeah, it's really exciting to me to see things start to come together. Okay, so what I'm going to do, ooh, you know what? I'm going to try something real quick. Let's go ahead and solo this out. Purely because we can, doesn't mean we should. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to say polish, let's say polish crisp edges. We'll just kind of smooth everything down. Because what this will do is this should hopefully help with like draft angles. Not that draft angles are like super important at this stage, but this should hopefully help. Oh, you know what? This needs to be turned into a negative piece. Yeah, you can see I have some pieces to fix here. So I have a couple different options of things that I can do to fix things. One will be going through and doing things in this manual sort of way, you know, trying to get this to be nice and smooth. And the other one is just committing it and then smoothing out afterward, which I think might be a little bit better. Or, in fact, I want to do another one. Here, let's go ahead and do this. We can say, you know what, here's what I'm going to do. The pumpkin should only have two polygroups, the green and the purple. Okay, I don't really need the polygroups on this piece at the moment. Let's just kind of get rid of it. So what I'm going to try to do, okay, I'm going to try taking this, let's see, weird. It's interesting that they would use spider webs to hide that rather than just filling it with some putty or something. Try refining some of these shapes in here just a little bit. Okay, and then one of the things that I can do is I can say, we can try this deformation, polish crisp edges. Let's say maybe even we try just smoothing it. Nope. We could go through. We could use Sculptress Pro. This is one of those funny things. Like I feel like, yeah, let's get rid of the color for now. We don't need color. We don't need no stinking color. Yeah, see, this works just fine. I was talking with a couple of friends last night, and um, in fact, we could just go through and Dynamesh it. I'm like, I'm like doing all this crazy stuff to try to do everything manually, and I'm like, I could just do stuff in an automated way. I mean, I like the level of resolution I'm getting out of this, so I might just keep going and then Dynamesh it once it's done, so that way I get kind of a unified look or whatever across the whole of the pumpkin. But I mean, what's nice about this is that if I decided to keep it just like this, then I know that I'm keeping my resolution localized to where I need it. Man, Leonard, you totally killed my brain now, and I've gotta like sit down with you at some time and hear how it's done. 'Cause that's one of those things. Like I don't know that I ever actually got to see like behind the scenes of any ride that I didn't work on. Um, in fact, I wonder if it's in that documentary that was released on Disney Plus. Probably. Seems like every day I hear from somebody like, "Oh, did you see? I saw that on the Behind the Magic whatever documentary on Disney Plus." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, I still haven't watched that." Oh, that looks so much nicer. Look at that. He's so happy. He's so happy to see you. Bevel Pro. That's true. That's true. Here, hold on. Just to be able to keep this as an option, I'm going to save that out. Let's undo until we get to just before we started messing with the Sculptress Pro. Let's get into that Bevel Pro. I haven't used Bevel Pro as much as I should have. This is another AI type tool, right? This is something that's going through and it's calculating things out based on certain parameters. And yeah, this is a great option. This is a great option. And you can see, so like the red is where that bevel is going to come in, and that could work really nicely. Just let me see. Bevel amount. Let's see about like kind of boosting that. So maybe get like something a little bit wider. Uh-oh. 0.05. Let's see if maybe we can get. I don't like how the numbers work in there. That's fine though. This is a little bit too much. Actually, quite a bit too much. Let's say 0.1. Okay, 0.3. That might be all right. 0.3 could be good. Bevel smoothness. Let's put this up to 1 or something. polygroup angle. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything with that. Let's turn off sharp though. Let's see kind of what it is that we get if we turn that off. Okay, cool. Mesh edge resolution. I'm not actually sure. Let's see. Let's jump in here. Because the blue, if I remember correctly, should represent kind of where that original edge exists. I wish I could get. Is there like a way to be able to determine that? That should be fine. Smooth connection, generate inner part. Let's see if we can get some. Yeah, definitely not what I want. There we go. Let's run it, see what we get. Oops. Say okay. Okay, so I mean I can see that there are some definite issues. There are some definite issues. Yeah. Let me see. Let's take this and I'm going to say inflate just a little bit. I mean, there are some places like right over here where that's going to be kind of a pain. In fact, let's do something else. I've got an idea. Let's come over here. Let's say take this mesh. I'm going to isolate this outer piece here. I'm going to say 7. Bring everything back. Oops. Let's select the curve tube. You don't need no Sculptress Pro. Get something like this. Because like I feel like something like this can oftentimes get you something a little bit cleaner. Let's say, let's see if this will work. Split unmasked points. Grab this. We'll say make it negative. You see, like I'm getting a cleaner result. It's not clean like here at the corners where it feels like pieces are meeting up, but I feel like I'm getting a cleaner result. I don't know. It's a tricky, like I think that's why I didn't ever play with the Sculptress Pro in the beginning, because I always felt like it, or not Sculptress Pro, sorry, the Bevel Pro, is because I felt like it was a little bit tricky to control. And maybe it's just a matter of my mesh being not quite as tight, not quite as clean. Yeah. I mean, either way, maybe what we could do, let's say geometry, Dynamesh. You know what? Let's see what our resolution says if we just drag and drop. No blur, Dynamesh, not high enough. It needs to be like not even 512. Let's say like 7, somewhere around 720. See what that gets us. Certainly nicer. It held those edges much better. Let's say polish by features. Polish crisp edges. That'll work. Yeah, definitely not as like super clean and tidy, but it's kind of fun. You know, it's one of those things where it's like you just gotta play around until you figure it out. click auto apply to view it. Yeah, I gotta kind of play around with it more, I think. Yeah, I think with like hard surface, this is like much more organic than the hard surface stuff that we do, but gotta fix some forms. I'm not liking everything that's going on with this right now, so it's there's gonna be some tweaky deacon. Alright, I think something like that works. Let's go ahead and turn that character back on. Get our pumpkin to be full of colors. There we go. So lovely. Okay, so I've got this brush that I made that's like supposed to be a little bit more painterly. Kind of neat. It works really nicely. It gets me more of a blotchy sort of effect. I wish that the color would stay per brush. Color down to like 0.05 or 0.1 should work just fine. You get a little less color variation, but it still adds like a really nice richness to it. So with this pumpkin, what I want to do is say masking by AO or something like this. Let's say Control H so we can kind of get this sort of airbrushed effect, like a speckled airbrushing. Let's see if we can get like a little bit of extra detail that's kind of going and straying out of those areas a little bit more. It's like it's great to get a base, but then it's like you got to go through and kind of add a little bit more. Oh, I've got a brush in my head that I want to make, and I gotta get on it because it's a cool idea. I'm not gonna tell you about it until I make it, but it's cool. It's a cool idea. I think you guys will like it. It's I don't know. What's your steps towards fixing a mesh when Dynamesh puts holes in the mesh? If it ever puts holes into your mesh, I mean, the first thing that I try to do is I try to come over here to geometry. You can say modify topology, close holes. Sometimes it's just a matter of trying to smooth out that area and then Dynameshing again because Dynamesh will fill in holes. But yeah, and that's kind of one of the nice things. If it's still not quite fixing it, sometimes you need to go through with like the inflate brush and try to make sure that it has enough volume so that it doesn't totally eliminate your what's it called? Your thickness. Because one of the things that'll happen is that if your mesh gets too thin, it's like it's going to try to like put pieces together. It's going to try to merge one side of the object to the other side, and you get like this weird crunchiness kind of going around the edge. You'll notice it happen if you ever have like really thin geometry that you're trying to Dynamesh. So a lot of that's going to come down to making sure that you have thick enough geometry for that to really work. Um, yeah, it gets to be kind of a tricky beast. Yeah, Dynamesh is tricky from that standpoint. Um, I use it purely from a creative standpoint. So like if I'm uh, really trying to just sketch or figure out a shape or something of that sort of nature, then I'll use Dynamesh quite a bit. I'll use Dynamesh when I'm prepping something for 3D print sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. Um, and then I'll use Dynamesh as a yeah, I guess really that's just it. That's just it. It's just a matter of concept sculpting or getting something ready for 3D print because Dynamesh is usually really, really clean and really simple, easy to prepare for print because it's watertight. Um, so yeah, it's just a matter of double checking things, making sure things work right, but it's pretty nice. It is pretty nice. Let me see. I want to let's grab this mask, transpose mask. What's it called? Transpose smart mask. I want to mask out the inside of the mouth. It's like this is one of those legacy tools. It didn't used to be done with the gizmo. It used to be done with the transpose line, and you could still use it with the transpose line. Um, I find it works just fine either way. Okay, I don't really need the whole inside of the mouth selected. In fact, I've already got I've already got stuff. Let's go back here. Let's say transpose. I'm gonna grab that, and then I'll use my mask lasso and mask lasso that out. So the thing that I want to do is in my concept, you'll see like I've got like a little bit of like an insert for the mouth, kind of like the back of the throat sort of shape. I want that to be sculpted in. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to turn on thick skin. Not sure like how thick it needs to be. Maybe about half that. So let's say about 10. Let's say we'll use the clay brush and we'll turn off color. You know what? I'm just going to use my move brush. That seems to be working so much better. I'm going to take the focal shift and shift that much closer to negative 100. That's a little bit too big, I think, for what I want. Let's see about doing something like this, this. Smooth it out some so that it's not so extreme. Yeah, I think finding the right balance of shapes for this is going to be a little bit tricky, but it should be fine. Yeah, let's maybe try adding in like an extra little bit in there, and then I can kind of sculpt it out a little bit if I wanted to. The idea behind this is to kind of help it feel a little bit more like it's got like pumpkin sort of volume. Um, so let's see if I can sculpt this in. Slash 3 is not the one that I want. I want slash 2. I thought I had loaded it into my brush palette already. Let's let's do this. I'm going to say let's grab in the brush menu underneath the light box. The light box has a lot of cool tools available to you, especially under the brushes. We got the slash brushes, and I learned about this slash 2 brush from Ashley, one of the other streamers. Amazing. Um, I mean, you can see like kind of the effects that you can get out of it. It's really neat. So I like to use this for all sorts of things, but specifically I like to use it to create like really organic sculpted detail. So now that we have this stuff kind of built in, we're going to kind of paint, or sorry, sculpt in some of this gourd detail. You know what? Let's see. That's looking good. Let's get that smoothed out so that it's not so extreme. Now, for the inside of this area here, in fact, let's see. Let's grab, we should already have Dynamesh applied, right? So let's call that cool. I'm going to up the resolution though. Let's go, I don't know, like 960. Just because I don't want to lose details. And then let's try polish by features. There we go. It looks pretty tight. Looks pretty nice. And I mean, this is meant to be a toy about this big, so a lot of these details are going to get lost anyway. Um, so yeah, the tight stuff is definitely going to get lost, but in fact, what we could do is we could come through here with like the contrast brush. That's what it's called, right? Contrast, there we go. Contrast delta right here. We just give it a little bit of a touch through there, see what that looks like. I don't like that. I don't like that at all, actually. So let's see if we can let's just smooth that out. Sometimes it's just a matter of like going through and doing things and saying you don't like them and undoing them, because that's better to me. Okay, let's go ahead and paint these things so that they are a little bit nicer. Get the inside here. Let's say a O masking. Gosh, I can't see things today. Let's see. We got the mask ambient occlusion. Let's come over here. We'll grab this bright orange. Grab my painterly brush here. Okay, I'm really kind of just going hog wild here and trying to get like all these edges. I'll have to do some cleanup up here. That's fine. I am running on a Windows system. Yeah, I've really enjoyed using a Windows system for the last forever. I feel like it handles everything much nicer. But it's all up to personal preference, I guess. Yeah. Oh, here, let's get back into this transpose smart. Oops, too much. So anytime you want to be able to add, you just Control Shift and keep dragging. Oop, too much. Oop, about right there. It's just a matter of like getting a series of masks in and making everything work together. And then not hating yourself. In fact, maybe I'll just like skip that and just see about adding it in. I'm going to have to be really careful in like these tight areas, but you know, I think we can make this work. We haven't even touched the what's it called? We haven't even touched the stem or the leaf yet. Now, eventually, when I go through and try to print this, I'm probably going to want to engineer it so that it's got a hole for like the curly bit coming off the top, and then I'll probably use some sort of wire to be able to make that. Yeah, I'm using the 4090. I think I have like 128 gigabytes of RAM. I can't remember for sure though. But yeah, it's it's brand new. This is like my first real computer, so it's been really exciting for me. It's so nice because like I can work now without running into any issues really. Um, I can handle VR, I can handle games, I can handle everything. It's so nice. I got my system through Puget Systems. Uh, Really great company. They do they do they do an amazing job with the computer itself, but then they're also really good with like customer service, which is tremendous. I feel like people who are good with customer service, uh, I mean, they can consider my having earned my business for life. You know. All right. I want to say let's mask by color. Let's go into mask by color. We'll say mask by poly paint. Say frame, and we'll mask this out right here. We'll say tolerance. We'll kind of like raise that some. Okay. And we'll say Control W just so that we have like a poly group dedicated to those bits there. Respectable flex. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's I mean, I've been working professionally in the industry for about 10, a little over 10 years. Um, and so to have a professional level machine at home now, it's it's so nice. It's so nice. Let's say mask by AO. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. I was like, don't freeze on me now. I was just praising you. What's wrong with you? That might be a little bit too much. Yeah, it's definitely way too much. Here, let's see if we can kind of soften that, because I do want this to have like a little bit of like a that's why. I was like, why is it not working? I'm like, okay, great. If it's because I forget to turn things back on to where it needs to be. Okay, that'll be good enough for now. Okay, let's get that leaf in there. Now the leaf should be kind of interesting, and I should pull up some reference for this just to get a good idea of what a leaf ought to be like. Let me see. Okay. Here's my website, by the way, in case you're interested. Pumpkin leaf. Okay, so really easy. I like that shape. This is kind of the shape that I imagine when I think of a pumpkin leaf. Okay, so I'm going to use this as reference. Hey, Tattoon, how are you? I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing pretty well. Let me see. I know ZBrush is native on Apple Silicon now, so it likely runs uh, quite smooth, but I am waiting for a system with 3nm processors and accelerated ray tracing, which is likely next year for Apple. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't follow that very closely. I'm not huge in like tech talk sort of stuff, which is, funny, whatever. Uh, but let me see. I'm going to let's do this just for the sake of being able to get this leaf in here. Do 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 do. Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll do this other bit as an extra stroke. Okay, there we go. Turn off see-through. There's a leaf. It looks like there's some bits here that I want to go through and kind of refine. All right. So there's our little leaf, and we'll just do the same thing like we did earlier. We'll just come over here. We'll say, extract, extract. Tech is not important. What is important is that things work. I'll agree with that. But I think understanding your tech a little bit too is important. Like I understand that, ZBrush runs primarily off of your RAM, and then Maya or other graphics intense programs like my streaming, for instance. Streaming is very graphics card heavy. Um, so that's kind of one of those nice things. So Substance Painter also very graphics card heavy. If you run too many graphics card heavy things at the same time, your graphics card does not like that. So I guess kind of like understanding like little basic things like that becomes really helpful. Say extract. Say accept. I'll leave the mask on there for now. It's fine. What I want here, though, I mean, you'll notice I've got these two pieces. I don't need any thickness on it yet. Let's say geometry, modify topology, delete hidden. I am going to take this piece, and I do want to run ZRemesher on this. Currently, it's super high. I don't know that I really need. Well, I mean, I definitely need it to be like a lot lower. So let me take it all the way down, see what we can get. That's a little bit too low. Let's take it down to 0.5. Okay, let's grab my transpose line. This is where I'm going to start to use transpose to help me to kind of refine shape some. Let's change my focal shift on my move brush back. There's some things going on in here with like weird forms because I pulled it off of the pumpkin. At what age did I get into 3D? I was 18. I was 18 when I got into 3D. So I've been into 3D for 16 years. I had to think as like math is not my friend at the moment. we're not on speaking terms. Here, let's go ahead and turn on the double feature here so we can see this from both sides. Let's get something a little bit sharper in there, get something a little bit sharper in here. Yeah, I was really lucky in high school that they had a 3D animation class. Like that was it blew my mind. And I only took the class because a friend invited me. I wouldn't have known about it otherwise, or I might have, but you know, from hearsay, not from being invited. um, yeah, I mean, I was studying other things personally and wanted to be in the science field and where is sister? I don't know. She's been well, I mean, I can remember my age. I just like had to do the math of like between now and then. I was like, how long has it been? I remember my age. But yeah, I don't know where she's at. Miss Cookie Dealer. Okay, something like that. And I mean, I'm debating whether or not to go through and actually make. And it's certainly much nicer. Trying to debate whether or not I can whether or not I want to create nice clean topology for this or just have usable topology for this. Um, oh wow, look at the difference that made. Just adding that central valley right there. I'll keep that. I can keep that. Okay. I do want to kind of refine this point here, make it so that it's got a little bit more of a peak. And then there's obviously going to be a need to kind of art direct some of these transitions here. Let's see. Let's turn on AccuCurve for the move brush. Turn this on. Let's do something kind of like this. I want to try to get like a few more angles in this. Currently, it's very rounded and it's too rounded. It's too cute. It's like I want this to feel like maybe it's starting to work. It's just a matter of continuing to push it. Getting shapes to work a bit better. Like this right here, I could probably take this and kind of pull this down and in. Give it a little bit more extreme of a shape here. I gotta check it from different angles to make sure that it still looks like a leaf. I try not to remember my age, but my body reminds me. I get that. Yeah, it's pretty decent for an automated topology, right? I mean, it's not perfectly symmetrical, right? I mean, you can see how like this side has like this kind of cool outline series of edges here, but it doesn't continue outside of there, which is fine. That's fine. Yeah, I'm not worried about getting topology for this because this particular piece, this pumpkin, is only intended for print. So I'm not really worried about the topology side of it for this particular dude. I do want to make sure that this is a little bit cleaner though, a little bit tidier. Okay, let me see if I can boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. You know what? I think I have, yeah, I have her hair. I'll use her hair for color for right now. MRGB color fill object. Let's turn off the AccuCurve. Let's get kind of like a complementing in like concave curve here, so like it comes out. It's like I'm trying to get some gesture to this so that this has like this out, and then it's going to have this kind of cut back in. Let's maybe lower this a little bit. It won't keep my angle, just get the angle. I'm trying to go to a certain view, go to the view. Read my mind, do what I want you to do. Okay, let's go ahead and grab this center edge here. I'm definitely not getting enough of like a plane change here for like the one side of the leaf to the other. So I've got to emphasize that a little bit more. Let's kind of get something like this. Smooth that down. Pull this all around. model with complete sculpture, poly paint, generated texture from poly paint, but now I found some problems with the topology. I have to go for Dynamesh again. You don't necessarily have to go for Dynamesh again. I don't want to lose texture and detail. How can I go for Dynamesh and ZRemesh, keeping intact the details and poly paint? So one of the things that I've done in the past is, and something that I do fairly regularly for production, is I'll take, that's much nicer. Is I'll take whatever I've worked on. If it like, I think it actually happened when I was working on these characters, the base mesh for these characters. And I had, let's go ahead and kind of take this one down. Yeah, when I was working on the base mesh, some of the points got a little bit messed up, to the point of needing to retopologize some. So what I did is, even with the character having subdivision levels, I was able to take the lowest subdivision level. I went up into, oh, you know what? I actually don't know if my import-export settings are set. They are. Okay. So I was able to come over to export. I exported an OBJ, so say body low, and I was able to take that over into Maya, make my fixes, and then bring it back in. I just import it over the top of this, and what it's going to do is it's going to ask you it's going to say the topology does not count, doesn't match what it is that we currently have inside of ZBrush. Do you want to essentially replace the mesh and then reproject your details? And it'll keep your subdivision levels. It'll keep your texture placement. Well, texture placement. I mean, if you have UVs, it'll be. I think it might get a little bit messy. But it'll keep you. It'll project things onto it, and essentially you'll get your mesh, and you'll get to keep all your details. There might be some problem spots where details are tight, so like places like corners of the mouth, you might get some issue. But I haven't had any issues with it. So that's one thing that I would look out for, is going through that sort of process, is to look for like those tight spots and make sure that the details are coming through nicely, especially when you go into your high resolution side of things, that everything's working out the way that you intend. Yeah, since this is a ZBrush specific stream, been asked not to really use external software during the stream, but I have no problems telling you about what I do outside of outside of it. I kind of wish that sort of thing could be lifted a little bit, because I feel like the integration aspect really helps strengthen the ZBrush experience in my mind. So anyway, it's fun stuff. I really love doing what I do, and I can't wait to. It's like my hope is to be able to have my table at Lightbox this year be dedicated to food demons. Maybe some Fishbot too, but we'll have to see kind of what it is that happens. But yeah, my plan is to have food demons and have a couple of figurines, a couple of toys, hopefully also a playable demo. because my goal is to make it into a video game. My kids are super excited about it, and it's so much fun to see them so excited about something that I make. Especially since it's something that I'm making for me, and it's not something that I'm making for Disney. It's not something that I'm making for Marvel. It's not something I'm making for Netflix. It's something that I'm making for me, and that's really satisfying. Having those sorts of projects, it brings energy, and that's a good thing. You know, you know what I mean? Okay, let's go ahead. Let's add in stem. We will say split unmasked. I'm going to say snake hook. Let's go ahead and grab the color for that. Let's say trim dynamic, and we'll try to flatten out that bottom a little bit. Use clay buildup and kind of sculpt into this a little bit, so we get a little bit more of that pumpkin sort of look. Pull this out, pull this out. Yeah, let's turn off the character because we don't need. It's nice to make things for friends too. Yeah. Yes, it is. Beginner. I want to be part of the gaming industry as a 3D artist. What should I do and shouldn't do as a beginner? Things that you shouldn't do is worry. Things that you should do is work hard and compare your work early against the professionals that you want to work with. The big thing, I think people go through and say that you shouldn't compare, and I think that is a very big error, because it's a super competitive industry, and understanding that early is going to be helpful. But at the same time, like, it's so much harder to improve if you're only comparing yourself to yourself. You need to compare yourself to yourself and watch your progress. But it's super important to be aware of what other people are doing and what the industry standard is, and those sorts of things, because otherwise, I mean, you get to an interview and be like, I don't know what I'm talking about, you know. So it's important to be able to learn from, and find those people that really just make stuff that you love. Okay, this is the wrong shape, but we're getting there. Kind of like this offset shape here. It's kind of neat. Smells like eggs. Yeah, let's see about adding like a little bit of a apex there. It's a little bit strong though. Something kind of like that. this out a little bit, maybe pull this in. I want to try to find like a couple of, I'll say, intersecting rhythms. So I'm trying to find like, so like here's like this curve, but then this one's like a straight into a like a gestural curve. So I'm trying to find those things. Okay, so other things as a beginner. Make time for little exercises. Study the fundamentals. The more that you have a grasp of fundamentals, the more prepared you'll be moving into more complicated, complex subject matter or designs or those sorts of things. So having the good grasp of the fundamentals is crucial. I think that resources like this where people are streaming their process, it's also super helpful because then you get to learn about different tricks and techniques and things like that. I love that sort of stuff. you know so yeah, learning from others as much as possible, especially in like free resources like this where yeah, it's just nice. It's just nice. Find a project that you can learn from. So find like just a personal project. I really like the DTIYS stuff on Instagram. I feel like it's a really great way to learn from somebody else's creativity and then add your own spin to it, so you get to kind of art direct things a little bit your own way. Give it a little bit more of like a thing there. That's cool. See, those are a couple of things. Don't get too stuck on making things perfect. If you're wanting to kind of add things to your portfolio and trying to get things going as an intro or a junior artist, I think one of the good things to do is to make sure that you just finish your projects and have finished projects in your portfolio. Because the finished stuff is what's going to be to really stand out and make, or I guess help recruiters understand like what it is that you know, where it is that you need guidance, that sort of thing. So it's really important to be good about finishing projects rather than just posting up work in progress things all the time. There's what else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Yeah, little exercises. Study anatomy. Have fun. Ask for feedback. Apply critiques. I'm going to get a little bit more. I have not hit save at all. As a beginner, will it be ethical if I copy other work and do some tweaking and call it my work? So what you want to do is, so for instance, let me pull up an example of something that I did that is my own, but I like my pink witch right here. I did that based off of a concept piece. I don't know if I have the concept piece actually shown in here. Yeah, it looks like I don't have the actual concept piece in here. He's like, there's the original concept that I built off of. Oh, I don't want to show that. Let me see. Go back. Oh, I guess this is from like when that challenge happened. I didn't get to finish the piece in time, but it was fun. Got highlighted on his highlight on his page. Yeah, I wish I could figure out where his actual piece is at, but the final has this really cool vibe to it, and I tried to add my own flair, my own flavor, kind of doing things a little bit more in the style of. In fact, maybe I can find it on ArtStation. Good old Ross. Ross is a stellar dude. Super appreciate him. Actually, it might be here underneath Ross Draws. You see, he's popular. Oh, maybe he took his stuff down off of. Let me see. Maybe I don't have it linked over to his. But yeah, I mean, I try to draw some what's it called? Some inspiration from J. Scott Campbell. Scott's amazing. He's been one of my favorites. Oh, there's the concept piece. So this is where it started off, and I wanted to get some of that same energy to it. Yeah, obviously mine turned out very different, but it's fun. It's one of those exercises of being able to take things, turn it into something new, and I feel like I was able to do that successfully. I feel like there are things that I can change. Feel like things that I can strengthen. But it was nicely done, and it was a fun exercise. And this is from 3 years ago. I've learned some things since then, you know, that I can go through and I can make things better if I wanted to, but I'll probably go ahead and wait to just make things better for the next project. Whatever that may be, right? So that's kind of the fun thing. That's one of the things that I try to think about. These DTIYS is draw this in your style. So the thing that you want to do is that, let me see. I don't know that I have another example up on my ArtStation of speed sculpts per se. Yeah, I've only got the two up there. Instagram. I'll go to the Instagram. Oh, cool. AC posted something there. Nice. Like it. I want to go to. There's this. So DTIYS is one of those things that really allows you to take creative liberty over everything. Now, here's one piece that I did recently that it's completely my own, but it was based off of somebody else's draw this in your style. My own Sailor Moon version, which you know I've gone through and changed significantly. My own version of Storm, but I mean it's like anything that's iconic, anything that's recognizable is something that like it's credited one, and then it's also something that I try to make sure that that I say that it's inspired by. Like here's this draw this in your style piece that I started working on based off of a piece from my friend Mikel, who's an artist in Spain. Um, because going through and just taking a design, making it your own. I mean, it depends on how close it is, I guess. I mean, like this. I mean, I can completely call this my own. It's meant to be like a modern Mona Lisa, but it's it's completely my own. Nobody can slam me with any kind of you know suits or anything because it looks too similar. It's like it doesn't look too similar at all. It looks completely unique and different. It's my own. Um, there was one in particular that I was looking for, and I can't find it. Oh, this one right here. This one is very, very similar to the piece that it was drawn from. So if I were to have, even though she's my own thing and she looks like her own thing, she looks like her own design, I could not claim this as completely my own. It's something that I definitely have to go through and credit Chantal in this piece. So yeah, ethics wise, it's important to make sure that you credit your sources. It's important to kind of note what it is that you are actually responsible for. Um, yeah, it was a fun piece. I really liked this one. It was a really neat one to work out. Sweet. Okay, so now we've got the character. The pumpkin itself is like really big. Here, I'm gonna go through and rename this. Let's rename this folder. Let's say pumpkin Boolean, just so that way we can differentiate the pumpkin from the pumpkin Boolean. Okay, and then I'm going to say control pumpkin. These pieces can be deleted. What's this one? Oh, okay. This is that other piece that we had done, just smoothing out corners and things like that. I like this one, but yeah, this one works out just fine. Okay. Okay, so now we've got this. I'm going to say transpose set because currently he feels a bit too big. And we're just going to kind of scale him down maybe to about right there. That feels pretty good. Scale wise, that feels pretty good. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, feed your brain. So one of the things that I like to do, one of the things that's always been super helpful for me is, let me turn this back this direction a little bit more. One of the things that's always been useful to me is emulation. Because like there's a lot that you can learn from somebody else's style, like how they handle anatomy, how they handle different shapes. Um, it becomes such a help for me in my experience. It's been tremendous to have used some other artists' work as reference, because one of the things that happens is that um, yeah, I guess just that. I mean, the sensibilities, the way that they accentuate different plane changes, the way that they handle anatomy, the way that they make color choices. Um, there's so much you can learn from that. So, you know, in the instance of like J. Scott Campbell, I love J. Scott Campbell. And one of the things that is really helpful for me is that if I go through and I do my own thing, but in his style, I don't think I have it up. Let me see if I have. I might have. I might have this one on the ArtStation, actually. Oh, looks like I don't have my 2D stuff up here at all. Dang it. Right here. J. Scott Campbell is one of my favorite artists, and so I did kind of this emulation of, you know, trying to copy some of the things that I learned from his style in a drawing that I did of my wife, and it's a lot of fun. I mean, you can see like kind of some of the influence going into like the hands, the way the eyes were done, some of the eyebrow things. I learned a ton. There's definitely a lot that I have left to learn. um, but it's fun. You know, it's for the intent and purpose of being able to learn what some other artist, what other artists do. Especially with somebody that's as much a legend as Scott. You know, it's great. It's super fantastic. Let's see about getting this lovely lady posed. Um, I told my students yesterday. In fact, let me check real quick before I get into any posing. Let's check to make sure that I'm not going to be eating into anybody else's stream time if I keep going. There isn't anybody on the schedule, I don't think. So if there isn't anyone on the schedule, then we'll call it good. But if there is, yeah. So tomorrow Layla's on, and then Shane's on Monday. So yeah, I'm all right. I can keep going. Yeah, she's lovely. It's probably my favorite drawing that I've done of her. Um, but yeah, being able to learn from things, super important. Okay, so I told my students yesterday that I would try to use today's stream as an opportunity to demonstrate posing techniques, because last night's class got truncated a little bit, quite a bit actually. Um, Last night we were talking about, well, we went to a presentation last night for class. Instead of sitting through a 3 hour class, we sat through a 2 hour presentation. um, it was fantastic. It was great. It's should be up on Noman's YouTube channel. Um, a couple of friends of mine gave this presentation. It was really nicely done. But then afterward, we had like 20 minutes to try to jam through some quick posing things, and I was like, you know what? I have some posing stuff that I wanted to do anyway, so if you guys would like, you guys can jump in, you can watch it on the stream, and I don't know if they're here or not, but I'm here, so you know, we'll make this happen. So I'm going to start posing my character. This is going to say save as. I'm going to change this from sculpt to pose 01. Say save. And in fact, I need to make a new folder in here just so that it's not. Let's go into pumpkin spice so that I don't have too many things in here that make my folder all jumbled. Let's say Control All. I'm going to keep this out. I'm going to keep pose. I'm going to keep sculpt 4. And I don't need these. I don't need any of these. So let's go ahead and say put those all into old. And in fact, this spotlight. Let's say save spotlight. Spotlight concept. just so that it's easy to tell that that's the concept spotlight. All right. So we want to use this as reference. Eventually we'll have to go ahead and we'll have to model in like the mug and the little whipped cream bit on top and the cinnamon stick. But for now, we're just going to focus on the character. So that'll be a little bit of time and effort anyway. So here with the character, let's make sure symmetry is on. I'm going to start with the face. That's where I always start when I'm posing a character because it allows me to take advantage of the symmetry, right? So let's take the symmetry and we're going to try to figure out exactly what it is we want to do with her face. Something odd is happening with her teeth. Look at that. So let's come down here. We'll say texture map, fill material. Now we're good. Let's go ahead and hit save just to double down on our safety bit here. Okay. So one of the things I want to do, her facial structure is such that, you know, she has like chin right here, but the chin is right behind that lower lip. So I want to be careful when I am creating the expression that I don't change where that bony landmark is. If anything, things will get kind of stretched over that, but I want to try to keep this as much where it is as possible. So I'm going to start by gently bringing these cheeks up. Okay. I'm going to say let's grab these lips here. There we go. Okay, should be good. Make sure that that's all we have visible. I just kind of want to make it so that I've got more control over one lip versus the other. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to grab the lips. Oops. And we're just going to try to like pull on these corners a little bit. Okay, just to help to begin to transition these shapes up some. One of the things that I'm going to want to do, let's take the top lip. Oh, let's turn that off. Take that top lip, soften out that mask, soften in both directions just a little bit. And since what happens when you smile, you think about like the anatomy and those lips, they get kind of stretched. Thanks, Savage. I appreciate that. I bet you could do it. It takes time, but it's fun. So one of the things that I'm trying to think about, one of my main big principles is a conservation of volume. When you smile or when you like the muscle isn't going to vanish, it's not going to disappear. It's going to get moved. The flesh is going to kind of push on itself, and it's going to it's going to move on itself. So in a lot of ways, it's just a matter of making sure that that's a little bit too odd. It's just a matter of making sure that we're not losing losing our volumes, we're not losing I want to try to get a much nicer shape to this smile than I currently have. It's like expressions will take some time, or they can take some time. I'm losing some volume here in the cheek though. You can see like where that's kind of coming in. I'm losing a little bit of that, so I need to make sure that I'm careful not to. And let's go ahead, let's turn off RGB. We'll make sure our Z-add smooth here is real low. Just kind of ease some things out. I think one of the tricky things with this is that I've made the eyes so much bigger, just as a way to be able to unify my art style across the characters. I feel like the bigger eyes will be more fun, and so I feel like one of the things that I'm running into now, that I'm trying to be really, really careful with, is trying to make sure that it doesn't get creepy, you know? Oops. Let's do something like this. It's like I feel like the teeth placement might be wrong. And then this lip, let's see if we can just kind of get this lip to rotate in a nice way. Expression wise, I think this is going to be a little bit tricky to pull off because of the shapes in proportion to the face. That might be working all right. Just a matter of kind of pulling it up and in maybe. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab that. Give the chin just a little bit of a tug. Okay, that's working. I think there are some things that it still needs some tweaking, but you know, it's starting to come together. It's always about like kind of taking a step back, looking at it, taking a step forward, looking, working on it, going back and yeah, there are always little things to kind of troubleshoot. Let's see if we can get this working out nicely. My kids have been super into Scooby-Doo lately. It's kind of fun. Okay, let's go ahead and let's play with the eyelids now. So I'm going to say, oh here, let's make sure that we don't have any mask on right now. Let's grab that bottom eyelid area here. Give her a little bit more of like a coquette sort of expression with the eyes. Kind of like happy smiley eyes. I'm going to try playing around with some of the things with this mouth. this and see what we can... It's getting too wide, it's getting too creepy. I think keeping it kind of localized to this center bit right here is what's going to help keep it feeling more appealing. Let me see. I think one of the things that got lost, I kind of want to see about trying to bring back, is the fleshiness of the cheeks. I like the roundness. I feel like that's lovely. I think that that feels really nice. So I'm going to try to bring back some fleshiness in the cheek. I mean, it's not going to match the concept perfectly, but it should hopefully at least feel a little bit more appealing. I like that. It's starting to work. Let's kind of fill in here a little bit. It's like I don't want her cheeks to feel too wide, but I want her to feel like she has some fleshiness to it. The top lip, I think, needs to thin out some. That's cool. I'll save that. Have I ever worked for a studio in Asia? Sort of. I've done freelance for Banpresto, which is a company in Japan. That's the closest I've ever gotten, though. Hold on, give me a second. But yeah. Most everything that I've done has been here, big studios in the States. How about you? Give her a little bit more expression to those eyebrows. Yeah, let's see. Okay. So now that I've gone through and done a ton of posing for her face, and granted, we could probably go ahead and continue doing a whole bunch to her face. I'm not going to worry about it so much for right now. What I do want to start doing is I want to start posing the character as a whole. So what I do now that I've posed the face more, and actually her smile just does not read as happy enough. I'm going to try like pushing these corners a bit more. Let's get a little bit more indentation with these before we ruin our symmetry. The nice thing about the new ZBrush, though, is that there is a little bit more of a... That feels a bit better. what's this looking like? Take this and actually just turn this a little bit. Maybe raise it just a smidge. That's a smidge too much. All right. So now I want to go ahead and start posing things as a whole. Grab a cough drop real quick. All right. There we go. One of the things I like to have is like this little stool. Oh, hold on. I like to have a little stool underneath my desk because it allows me to put my feet up if I want to. It gets to be really nice. And I like being able to have the microphone follow my face so that no matter where I am in this space, you can hear me the same. I don't have to be looking right at the camera or anything like that, and it still works. It's great. Yeah, I definitely went all out when I with my recent upgrades. I think I have a mute button too. That's cool. Okay, so I no longer have to reach over and mute myself on Streamlabs in order to mute myself. That's fantastic. I'm good. We're all right. Just learning. Just learning things over here. Just trying. Experimenting, learning. You know, it's good. Let me see. All right, so now we want to go ahead and start posing our character as a whole. As I've said countless times already for the last... Yeah, let me see. I do have to check a couple of things really quickly, though. I've got to make sure that I don't have any masking. Um, Let me see. Cool. I think everything should be good. Everything should be good. Okay, let's go ahead and let's get this going. Let's go in here. We're going to say transpose master, T-pose mesh. Boom. Beautiful. I like that color. Such a clay look. That's neat. That's really, really neat. All right. Very nice. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Oh, the shirt looks like it's inside out. Here, let's get rid of this because we don't need this. If this is inside out, we need to flip it. Flip it good. I think that should be everything. I don't think anything else is inside out, and everything else looks good. The shoes I'm going to want to replace at some point to something that looks a little bit more high heelish, because this is just, it just doesn't look great. So what I'm going to do, we have the character's head already posed, or not the head, but the face anyway. So what we want to do is we want to start kind of leaning her back and seating her on the pumpkin. So I'm going to start by kind of placing her rear end so that that's kind of fitting. Or actually, maybe instead of doing it like that, maybe what we could do, let's start with her head. I just tried to turn on solo and it's like, that doesn't work. Come on. Let's go ahead and grab the head geometry. Let's grab the hair. Let's turn that off. Control A to make sure that we've got all that ready. And we can soften our mask. Okay, first thing I want to do is I want to take this head and I want to have it so that it's tilting up. Turn on symmetry for a minute so that I can kind of smooth things out just a little bit. Let's turn that off. Oh, I didn't realize that the pumpkin was... I didn't realize the pumpkin was masked. So let's try this again. Let's go ahead and grab this and kind of push it in some so that it's a little bit nicer. Okay. And you know what? Maybe what I should do is I'll try to pose her body. I want this to be masked. We have learned. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring this down. We will rotate those legs up. Okay, rotate them up quite a bit. Now I'm going to have to do a lot of fixing on the legs themselves. Let's see. Let's see what we can kind of work out here. Because some stuff like this bit right here is going to need to be changed to better accommodate the kind of squish that's happening or will be happening, the compression from the legs kind of coming up. Yeah, let's kind of take this and kind of push this up some. And then we will take, let's see, move that, move this just a little bit. Start to fill in these gaps right here. Let's see if we can get everything to fill in the way that it ought to. Make sure that we're maintaining volumes. These bits of the feet here, we're going to want to, yeah, that's going to be a little bit too much softness up top, but we might be able to get this to work here. Okay, let's go ahead and try something with this. See if we can't get her to pose nicely. Alright, that's getting a little bit too pudgy in here, I think, too inflated, too something. The tail, this is one thing that I think I need to kind of take and maybe turn down. Her torso can probably like lean forward a bit more. I want to get a little bit more of this, like this really cool gesture in there. Currently she doesn't quite have it. She's on her way, but she's definitely not quite there yet. So I want to check here on the body level. You can see there's definitely some stuff here that we need to work out. We'll work that out in a little bit. I'm going to say let's grab some of this right here. And like right now, everything that I'm doing sculpting wise for this will be for the for the sake of the final shape, for the sake of the final bit of this toy, of this sculpt. It's not necessarily aimed at honoring the the game res character. It's not honored at modeling, or it's not aimed at honoring um, really anything other than the idea of the final. I'll just say the final. Okay, I'm going to see about playing with this bit here, kind of making that fill in the gaps a little bit better. There's going to be like some give and take, top versus bottom, kind of making sure that things meet in the middle or whatever, making sure that we're reaching compromises, so to speak. Okay, so far she's coming along pretty nicely. This is fun. This is going to be fun. I keep trying to check over and make sure that there aren't any like anything in chat that I'm missing, because it's like chat's been pretty active this morning. But yeah, it just kind of like stopped at one point. I just wanted to make sure that I'm not missing anything. I'm not ignoring anybody. I'm trying to make sure that I answer things, and somewhat in the middle is the sweet spot. Yeah. Yeah, let's do this. Let's come up here, see if we can get this to... That feels pretty cool. Let's see if we can just get it to feel like it's positioned properly. Let's see, we just grab this and kind of pull this over a little bit. Grab this, pull this over just a little bit. Oh, not that. This. Just a matter of making sure that that neck looks like it's supporting the head. Play with that some. What would be your recommendation about other courses to learn 3D modeling in Maya and sculpting in ZBrush other than Pixelogic's courses? So, I don't know that Pixelogic actually has courses per se. I personally offer a course, and I'm working on building a mentorship. Um, Let me see. Just go back to home here. Like if you're interested in finding any of that, I mean, you could find my Flip Normals course here. Okay, it's a full course. It is about the production of this mermaid, but and you know mermaids don't have clothing or things like that. They don't have feet. They don't have legs. Um, but it goes through the full production pipeline, making something that's production ready. And I do actually go through and show some techniques for building clothing, because clothing is insanely important. So I show a few techniques that I use regularly to build clothing. There we go. So like there's kind of like some clothing examples there. I talk about 3D printing, getting things ready for 3D printing, getting topology that's production ready. Um, oh yeah, and I even go through and talk about blend shapes and being able to make different blend shapes so that it's can you be confident after taking a course? You can be confident that you know more about making something that's production ready. Um, Confidence is going to come more with practice than it's going to come with more with practice than with knowledge. Okay, knowledge should always motivate you to practice, motivate you to apply, and that's the idea. Is that this sort of course would go through and motivate you to um, to apply knowledge and to become better and to become confident. Um, yeah, and by applying the knowledge in the hey Ashley, how you doing? My friend Ashley is here. Hi, Ashley. Um, but yeah, the idea behind the course is to have the knowledge needed to apply and be able to create, something that's production ready, something that's ready to go through a pipeline, something that's ready to be rendered, something that's ready to be 3D printed, different things like that. So it's all this particular course. I'm working on building a new one, but this particular course is um, VR ready. No, it's not VR ready. Um, this particular course is very inclusive. It's live. It's not live. It's real time. So you get the full creation process. Um, so yeah, really fun. It's a really good course. I feel like it's really well thought out, and I spent a lot of time talking about what's it called? Design principles, how they apply to the modeling process, different modeling techniques. There's a lot of thought that went into it. Okay, let's see about getting these arms posed. I might turn off the line just so that I can see just the polygroups. It's kind of more fun that way. All right, let's start posing an arm because, why not? I might have softened that mask a little bit too much. I'm going to have to. So you'll notice that like I'm not caring too much. This is looking kind of bleh at the moment. I'll go through and I'll fix that once I finish getting the arm in position, or at least more or less in position, right? So let's go ahead and take this, move this down. Kind of pull this over. How's your eye doing, Ashley? Is it feeling all right? Let's kind of fix this. Let's grab that move topological brush and kind of fill in gaps here. Some of the fix might happen like after I take things out of Transpose Master. Um, but yeah. Oh no. I hope your eyes get better because that's a terrible that's a terrible asset to to struggle with. I'm in a crucial moment. I've chosen to focus on environment some time ago because I found it easier, but I've always been obsessed with character. Now I'm evaluating it all over again. Any advice to clarify my mind? So a lot of the principles are going to be the same. Um, so if you feel like you're really passionate about characters and you're kind of involved in environments more right now, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just one of those things that um, it's a matter of I guess applying the principles differently. Um, because yeah, I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with everything well enough as being an environment modeler, environment person, artist. Um, but I think that there's a lot that you can do with environment modeling that is very similar to characters, like different statues and doing uh, really organic pieces that if you wanted to be able to get back into character work and be able to compete in that sort of arena, I think that one of the cool things that you could do is find ways to add character to your environment work. Um, and I mean that could be something like going in and saying like this is a statue, doing a statue, or um, it's much more better. Let's go ahead and actually invert this. Um, that's probably one of my favorite tips right there, though, is like find a way to supplement what it is that you do and to enhance what it is that you do. Um, find more organic ways of working. Find um, if you're wanting to kind of just jump right back into characters, find different challenges, different design challenges, like art station challenges, or um, like draw this in your style challenges, different things on Instagram. Is it a thing of hunger? I'm kind of hungry. um, no, but I think that that's a huge thing, is just kind of figuring out ways to transition or figuring out ways to include what it is that you want to be able to do. In your portfolios, you want to highlight the things that you want to be doing. You don't want to be like, for instance, I've had jobs where, jobs that I had to take for the instance for the sake of being able to make money. Like I modeled furniture for Crate and Barrel in 3D, and it's like it's not my cup of tea. It's not what I enjoy doing. I love modeling, but that was a little bit like not my favorite thing to do. It was really challenging. There were really tight deadlines. Um, they were very particular about how things were done, measurements, etc. And really tight deadlines made it all super. Um, what's it called? Like stressful in that sort of sense. Um, and so, that was not my cup of tea, but it was modeling, and it was something that kept me going. Uh, in something adjacent to um, my career, to my profession. Um, and so it's a matter of kind of finding ways to do something that makes sense for you and fits and propels you forward. Um, not everything will be super smooth, but that's okay. You're gonna kind of pull this up, pull this out, rotate this around, something. Oh, it's funny because like when you said I'm doing much better. I only saw that out of the glance in my eye. And I was like, I'm much better now. I was like, okay, okay, COVID, yeah, the sea bug, yeah, that's a pain. But yeah, you are better now. Poor guy. Poor Uncle Leonard. Here we got to turn on some wireframe here again. Let me see. I know I have to show wireframe and UVs in my portfolio, but can you tell me what's good versus bad UV tile? You want to make sure that you have. So there are two principles with UVs um, that are super important. One principle is texel density. Pardon me. Texel density, which is essentially saying that your texel, your texture resolution, um, is very close, similar across your whole model. Ideally, it'd be really cool having it be um, the same across your model, but it's not always super possible. Um, so it's a matter of making sure that you're doing what you can to make sure that your texture density is the same across your model. Another thing that you can do that is super important is trying to make sure that um, just that things are laid out nice and smooth and even. There are some things, like for instance, this bow. This bow might be an instance where I go through and try to make it so that it's laid out in a nice square, nice rectangle, instead of being in this triangle. And the reason is that if I go through and I lay it out in a nice rectangle, I can apply a good grid um, cloth material, and then that cloth is going to bend and flow over these folds here. Um, Whereas, if I were to go through and unwrap my UVs and have it be triangles, it's going to look unnatural. It's not going to follow the flow of the forms, things like that. Um, on the other hand, uh, something like her top right here, or even her tights, if these were to be laid out in a very more square sort of way, um, it wouldn't be as it wouldn't be as um, good golly, what am I trying to get at? Convincing, because the cloth is a different shape. I would want to try to separate it out based on wherever seams are, like natural seams in the clothing, and then just have the cloth pattern follow that panel of the clothing. Um, so I mean that's one thing that could be good to consider. Um, let's go ahead and take that. Yeah, there are a lot of things to really kind of consider and to take into account when you're doing UVs, but really those are kind of like the main principles. Um, uh, Making sure that things are nice and clean for your stuff, nice and clean. Yeah. Oh no, dirty. Oh my goodness, it's not honoring my topology at all. Jerk. There we go. That looks like that's probably better. I hope. So you can see a little bit better what it is that it's selecting. Okay, let's see. And you know what? I probably need to take this whole arm and kind of pull it up some anyway, because I'm going to want to have this hand reaching around her stomach. So yeah, we should probably go through and bring this arm and pull it down and in anyway, just to get that started, so that can better be taken into account. But I guess before we do that, let's do something like this. Something like this. Let's come over here and kind of math this out. My daughter's like incognito trying to trying to watch without being seen. You know what? Let's soften that out quite a bit so that we can get a little bit more rotation to this forearm. Okay, that'll be cool. I'm going to adjust this arm first, but then so the arm kind of coming in. Um, you don't want it to be easy anymore. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever thought of environment modeling as easy. I think that it's actually really quite difficult because it's super complicated, and it's just a repetition. It's just a repetition of tasks, right? Um, Character modeling is much the same way. It's just a repetition of tasks. And so like um yeah, just a repetition. Which I really quite enjoy. You know, like I enjoy this repetition, and I enjoy the way that this stuff kind of flows together. And oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted, okay. Putting in the time. Absolutely. I'm always putting in the time. Anybody who knows me, I'm always putting in the time. Yeah, and anybody who's familiar with my streams knows that I like to work as clean as possible, and I like to, you know, just there's a lot, right? Um, let's go ahead and kind of pull this over, rotate it down. Let's kind of ease out those points, cozy them out a little bit. Kind of smooth some of these points from the shoulder down and in a little bit, as I feel like that'll help to create the sense of that anatomy being pulled. Okay, now this arm right here, let's go ahead and say something like, that's not going to work. That's not getting me a nice clean. There we go. That'll work. Okay, and then let's grab these so that they don't get totally lost. Jump up in the chair, miss. You don't have to hide. They can't see that chair. Like you can see right here. There's like you can't see anything over here. All right, let's take this, kind of pull this over a little bit. this bit of the arm, this lower forearm bit on this side, it's going to create some compression. For instance, like with her breasts, with her thighs, there's going to need to be some adjustment to the anatomy so that everything fits together. Um, but so far so good. Let's go ahead and do something kind of like this. Oops. Let's kind of rotate it maybe this way. Let me see. Get something kind of going like this. Just having some fun with it, right? Oh, come on, smooth. There we go. Let's grab that elbow. Make it more like an elbow. Here, I'm just going to try to make sure that I'm bridging some gaps. Since I am sculpting this so that it's ready for print, I am going to be taking some other things into consideration that I don't usually care to take into consideration when I'm trying to build something that's for production, or for I'll say for digital production, because you know they're both production, they're just different types of production, right? I have to think about things like overhangs. I have to think about things like let's kind of pull this up a little bit. Okay, with this tail, with this lovely little tail. The tail is probably going to have some changes to it at some point, but we'll see. We'll see kind of how it goes. Okay, so far, I mean, this is looking really decent. This is looking really fun. There are some things we need to clean up, but we're going to call this good for now. I'm going to say quick save, just because, you know, could be nice. Let's say T post sub T. Let's watch her get put into position. Okay. I'm going to say Control S to be able to save. That way I have that position bookmarked. But I'm going to go back to this, and we're going to keep working on, you know, for instance, let's clean up some stuff. This shape is a little bit off from what I want. Okay, that's better. Do something kind of like that. Okay. So one of the things I want to do is I want to, in fact, let's do it with the body instead of with the tights first. Here, let's turn on symmetry because I'm pretty sure this is symmetrical down here. Just want to try to get this nice balance of compression that'll be happening kind of down here toward the heel. So maybe make it so that this edge right here is where we're getting kind of like the transition of like the curve down versus the curve down. Okay. something like that works pretty well. So now we can bring back the tights and we can say, all right, this doesn't fit, so we need to make sure that this is smoothing out. Pull this out some. Okay. Right now, one of the things that I had mentioned, if you remember, I wanted to be able to make different shoes for her. So we're going to kind of play with that some. I kind of want to make it so that maybe she has this back leg bent and kind of like pushed into this leg a little bit more. So let's play with that some. Let's turn off symmetry. I don't need symmetry right now, because we are in the process. The shoe thing again. Yeah. Yeah, with this one, I'll probably go ahead and take the shoe from Salt and Pepper, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see kind of how we go about this. Oh, I just banged my stylus on the Cintiq. um, let's go ahead and say boom. Even though I'm not planning on keeping these shoes, I'm still going to pose them as much as possible with the leg, with the foot. Okay, I'm going to say maybe let's rotate this up a little bit. Let's see. Let's do something like that, and then we'll soften it. So one of the things that I need to do is actually reinforce kind of a knee shape right right in here somewhere. I'm just going to kind of like smooth this down a little bit so that it's not overlapping so badly. And then I can kind of pull it out just to reestablish the form, reestablish the volume, right? Hey Luigi, how you doing? But yeah, I'm not going to model a new pair of shoes for this girl. I'm going to use something I've already got. Simplicity's sake, right? Simplicity. Let's see, do something like that. Take that out, take that in. Alright, this is looking pretty good. There's still some things I need to do with like this hand that's being tucked into her waist, just to kind of get it so that it's posed properly. And yeah, let's see kind of how we can go about this. Cool, so we got this. Now we have just the, oh, not just the hand. Okay. I am going to take this. This is super messed up, but it's okay. Um, um, the fingernails that go along with this, I am going to want to try to care about these fingers because they'll likely be visible. The other bit, the thumb will not be, so it's kind of just a matter of hiding this particular thumbnail, which is fine. It seemed like it was probably about all right where it was, but I'll just kind of hide it right in there somewhere. Okay. Let's see, let's grab that leg and that leg, and we'll just kind of shrink that up. What just happened? I was like, wow, the finder just popped up. Cool. Okay, so there is our bit of fingers. Let's grab the fingernails and we'll start moving these bits in so that it's, good grief, I keep hitting the wrong button. Let me turn, turn. I'm going to have to do some re-sculpting to this arm. You can tell that the anatomy's all bent out of whack. And I have to clean up the elbow transition as well. But that's all something that's going to come a little bit later. I've done most of what's happening over here on this side, but there's still some refinement that it needs to happen. Let's see. Let's get... Oh, I didn't even think about that. Let me see. If I use mask edge loop partial, this should be fine. Okay. Something like that. Invert my mask. We'll just kind of, oops. We'll get these, and then we'll grab this, and then we'll come up here and we'll say bend that in. Okay. Oh no! I see what's happening with the finger behind it. I hate it when that happens. Okay, mask. Okay, let's try this again, shall we? Yeah, let's go back and remask these points just to make sure that we are keeping things where we want them, right? Kind of bend that a little bit more, and then we'll come over here, mask that edge loop, bend a little bit, soften, bend a little bit more. Oh, that didn't work. we go. Here's what we're going to do. Soften that and then just kind of pull this over this way some. Okay. Let's go through. We'll hide those. We'll hide those. Mask, invert mask. And then we'll pretend that all is hunky-dory. Yes, yes. Get that in there. All right. So now what I want to do is I want to take this top finger, this index finger, just by itself with its fingernail, right? And we're just going to take it and rotate it down. Like there are a lot of like nuances and complexities to posing. But it's okay. We got this. We got it all. Right, Scarlett? We got it all. Oh, my daughter did this really fun fan art of the food demons. She did her own French food demon. It was awesome. Her name is Colette. She has escargot for hair. It's like, we should make that. So we might make an escargot food demon, a French food demon. It was so creative. It was beautifully done. She had a beret and she had a nice little skirt and it just looked nice, you know? She did a great job with it. Okay, one of the things I want to check is that the arm forms feel strong. Like I want to make sure that she doesn't feel like her arms are flat. Like right now I feel like I'm losing volume in the shoulder, and so I'm trying to figure out bringing that back. Okay, I gotta check it on the other side as well. Oops. Use move topological so I don't bother that hair. Let's kind of bring that hair down so that it fills in the gap some. Super cool. I'm really liking this. This is looking nice so far. There's some things down here that I need to definitely go through and refine, but I mean she's coming along. Let's go ahead and get some of this kind of eased out. Golly, I'm getting my timing off with my smooth and my relaxed smooth. There we go. How about that? Let's see. One of the things, let's try experimenting with this. I don't particularly care for this shape right here, so we're just going to play with this a little bit. The way that it just kind of flows in. I want to simplify it so that it's a little bit more like that. I mean, anatomically it might be a little bit weaker, but design-wise I feel like it's a little stronger. And now for the breast, we want to kind of give it a little bit more of like a boost up here. Oops. Just so that you can feel kind of the compression of the arm underneath it, right? This is really simple. That's a little too much maybe. Cool. Let's see if we can kind of smooth out this shoulder transition just a little bit. Okay. All right. This is coming along. This is coming along. Oh, not inflate. Move topological. I was like, what's going on? That's not what I expected to have happen. Ah, okay, there we go. You keep getting here late. It's okay, Jace. I'll probably be going a little bit longer because I honestly very much want to finish this pose so that maybe I can send off a test print. Oops, invert that, invert that. Because I feel like that, to me, that'll be helpful for the prototyping phase, make sure that this is working out the way that I want it to. There you go, something kind of like this is working. And I haven't 3D printed anything for a while, so it's I definitely need to get that machine doing stuff. So we'll get this little character finished and printing so that she can be prototyped. There are some points where I know for sure currently. Ooh, my shoulder is not doing well right now. There's I know for sure that that some of these pieces will not print super well. Like for instance, the tail is super thin. The leaf is not done yet. The bow is super thin and it's got all that kind of wrapping around. So I wanted to make sure that that I fill this in so that it's more solid. The eyelashes are super thin. Both like like the main eyelash, and then the floopy. The inside of the mouth is going to need to be filled in. And the teeth are very thin. The fingernails are super, super thin. So there are some things to be able to prep it for print that I'll have to do outside of the stream. But you know, it's working. It's working. In fact, since we're here, let's go ahead and say T-pose sub T, just to kind of apply those changes. The more I see this, though, this is messy. I don't like that. Let's go ahead and we'll fix that. Um, it's like I was trying to be kind of clever, do something almost kind of. You'll see it happen a lot with pinups, where it's like that bone of like the top of the metatarsals, like right below the ankle, like it's always like super exaggerated. Um, you see it a lot with like Chris Sanders' work. You'll see it with J. Scott Campbell. Um, how big is it going to be? Maybe about four, maybe 4 inches tall, 3 or 4 inches tall. Um, she's not going to be very big, or at least not for this first initial print. I'm thinking that like when I go ahead and print, a couple of things that I'll probably take and separate out. I'll probably separate out the tail. I'll separate out the leaf. That might be it. I might separate out the bow too. The bow's kind of its big chunky own thing. I think by separating that out, it might make things a little bit easier. But yeah, they always kind of like exaggerate the top of those metatarsals, and it's fun and it creates this really cool dynamic to the foot. But this character, like the feet, the anatomy in this character is so different, and I think technically I have it a little bit high anyway. Just kind of smooth this down up here, and then we'll let this become the accent point. It's a little bit hard right now, but it's here, smooth, smooth. Something like that. That feels much nicer. Although I do need to do it on the other side too, where I get like less um, a similar sort of thing, I guess, is easing this out and then putting the accent down a little bit further. Come on, there we go. Cool. Try to get like a little bit more of like a almost like this gesture kind of flowing down into the foot, so it creates like more of a clean shape in silhouette. It should be pretty cool. Oh yeah, the pumpkin will definitely be its own separate thing. In fact, I'm thinking about making it have like a little bit of a magnet mount or something like that. So instead of being a key, it's kind of an awkward place for a key. But having something like a magnet mount, I think, could be really neat. Um, let's go ahead and let's take this spot over here and just kind of widen this out. I am trying to go through and kind of make some more considerations for like her rear end hitting up against the pumpkin and um, the mass kind of distributing over the surface a little bit more. Um, that's cool. Okay. T-post sub T, just some minor, super subtle tweaks. There are some things sculpturally that I'll want to do to try to enhance the knee transition. It feels a little bit too soft, and I'll probably want to do something down here around the ankle as well to enhance that. Um, but good golly, she's looking pretty good. Um, I do kind of want to get more of a. She could be a refrigerator magnet. It could be fun. Um, do it's kind of like a bas relief sort of thing. I do want to go through and get her to lean forward more because I feel like oh, and it gets tricky because she has such a short torso and and having all these proportions kind of work together with the pose. I mean, you can definitely tell with the concept. I made her torso a lot longer. It fits much more, and like the head shape, the head size. There are a lot of changes. Oh, her horns are missing. Why are her horns missing? I'll have to add those in at some point. Let's add them in. Shoot. I have no idea at what point that was at what point that went missing. Shoot. Here, let's go ahead. We will say we'll grab that. We'll grab that and that. We will grab. Oops. 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 Okay, let me see. Ah, I forget sometimes that I'm working with like multiple pieces at the same time. Let's see. Let's get rid of fingernails. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Mask. Right? Or I guess technically it's unmask. Let's say Control All. Let's unmask this. Bring that back. I'm going to leave the her like her clothing unmasked. Let's mask out her tights. Okay, that's already masked. The fingernails. Okay, those are unmasked. Everything up top needs to be unmasked. Okay, let's check and see. At what point do I have the mask? Okay, so it's going through like her waist. do something kind of like this. I'll leave the tail where it is for now. I think that works well enough for what I need at the moment. Let's see, let's come over here and let's kind of rotate her up or something like this. This is going to need a lot of fixing, but it's okay for now. Something else that I need to kind of work out is her balance. She's feeling like she's very leaning over to the side, and I feel like that might create some issues for me. Yeah, let's kind of take this and just kind of like boop, something like that. That should hopefully help. Let's just take her whole body and kind of tilt her down. Kind of like this. And then I'll have to grab her head and kind of tilt her up a little bit. Let's do this too. Yeah, there's like, I'm always like going through and trying to think things through, and there's a lot to think about, right? This arm is going to need to kind of come up a little bit more or something, so let's see if we can get a better view of this arm, or a better mask for this arm. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting into like a zone. Let's come over here. Let's see about kind of extending this out just a little bit better. Because one of the things that I want to make sure of is that I'm getting a good clean silhouette. I'm getting some weird twisting in the anatomy here too that I wasn't anticipating. So let's, oops. No, that one is good. I just don't want that to affect. Okay, we're good. Cool. Actually, I kind of like that. I feel like that's fitting and proper. So let's bring the shirt forward to cover it, because the shirt's going to be much more, well, I won't say much more malleable than the skin is, but because obviously skin moves. So let's see, let's do something like that. Oops, 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 oops. Let's get some better flow down here. We are moving forward. Am I good with XGen? I'm familiar with XGen. I'm not amazing with it. Um, I've only used it on a couple of projects, but it's a fantastic tool. I have friends that are amazing with it. Here, let's go ahead and take this and kind of rotate it out. Oops. Okay, this is a little bit messed up. This can kind of come and be a little bit stronger over here on this side. This is getting a little bit weaker over here, so let's kind of strengthen this down here by the elbow. Let's strengthen the actual peak from the elbow too, because that'll help to strengthen the gesture and strengthen the shape, and hopefully. Let's kind of pull that out, pull this out. Yeah, let's turn on our lines again, our edges, so we can see it a little bit better. It's like we're losing some forms here in the hands. The fingernails are going to be kind of tricky to work with because they're, well, one, this is the low poly version. Yeah, eventually the idea is to take these characters and make them into game characters, low poly beat 'em up game characters. Um, so yeah, that's the mission. Let's go ahead and kind of mask that. Autosave always comes in at those points where I'm just like, ah. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Change the way she's looking so that she's more looking up and out, because you want to think about this, like if this is a little desktop toy, you want this kind of looking somewhere where it's going to be looking more in an elevated direction toward whoever's looking at it. So having something kind of like this is going to be much nicer than having it look forward, or treating it as if you're looking a character right in the eye. Yeah, having purpose behind your composition is always, always, always a good idea. Let's kind of take that tail and we'll kind of twist and turn it out of the way. All right. I want to be careful that her neck doesn't get too weird. It could be really, really easy for that anatomy since it's being so exposed, so much more than it would typically be exposed. Um, it would be really, really easy for that to be too much, too distorted, too warped, to whatever. So trying to keep an eye on it and trying to keep making sure that it's not losing its um, likeness. I'll say likeness because I think that that's probably about the right sentiment of what I'm trying to get across with it. Okay, that's looking pretty adorable. Okay, let's fix this back piece, this bottom piece. So this is fitting. We're going to have to take a look at the overall shape that it's creating and see if we can make sure that this is creating a good composition, that it's creating a strong silhouette. Um, let's see, something like this. Let's check with this right here. Yeah, it's like these projects, they go by super, super quickly. Um, something like that. That looks nice. I like that shape. It's pretty simple. It's clean. Just got to check it from various angles to make sure that I'm getting all the shapes that I need and that it's not creating like um, weird shapes from different sides. Where do you retopple your game mesh? This is actually the game mesh, except for the hair. This is the high poly hair, um, but this is the game topology. There are things like like the teeth. That's like a high res teeth. That's fine. Um, I mean, overall, my targeted poly count is like 25,000 polys, but some of them get as high as like about 40. Um, to me, it's fairly important to keep it pretty low. Um, but I'm also not going to be particularly like too particular about it, I guess. Um, T post sub T. You know what? I kind of do want to make it so that the head is facing down a little bit more. I don't like it like facing up quite that much. Here, let's do this. Come on. We live in the next gen. Yeah. Yeah, it's and that's one of the nice things. It's like I've been trying to watch things like since with my game it's only intended to be two characters on a screen at the time. I don't have to worry about poly count quite as much. The backgrounds are going to be really low res, really simple. Um, the the thing that I'm wanting to consider, like a game like Overwatch, the characters are generally about 40,000 polys, and that has like 5 versus 5, and granted, yeah, you have the LOD, level of detail models that, like, the further they get away, the simpler the model gets. It has like this down res effect that it has happening at real time. um which is really, really cool. um Better turn off symmetry, because that's not going to be a happy thing. Yep, I like that. Huh, I guess that did get messed up. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's fix this. Let's turn off symmetry so that we're not having to worry about anything else at the moment. Um, yeah, symmetry is one of those things. It's such a great tool, and then if you're not careful with it, it can become a huge bother too. So it's something to control. Let's kind of get that lining up where it needs to be. Put this in. We looking good, like we should. There we go. This pumpkin, I feel like I'm going to probably be... That's a lot harder than I want. Um, I'm going to be seeing like things shape-wise with this that I want to fix and change as long as I'm working on this. Even after I'm done and I do all my printing and all that stuff, I'm still going to be running into things that I want to fix. Such a dangerous, hard aspect of 3D creation. I'm just going to give a couple little like strokes over the surface. That should hopefully help it to feel a little bit broken up, a little bit, yeah, a little bit like a little pumpkin. It's a little bit too much. I didn't like that. That felt a little not motivated. Okay, let's see about adding in a little wart. Something kind of like that. It's kind of cool. Maybe add like a little wart next to it. And of course, I'm trying to exaggerate some of these forms a little bit so that when it prints, it shows up and it works nicely. Let's see. Let's say AccuCurve on this. I want to try to like pull this eye up just a little bit further. In fact, I think up might not be quite the right direction, but something like that could potentially work. Maybe down a little bit further. It's pretty nice. I'm trying to decide. I don't particularly care for the shape this is making, so I'm going to try to like get something a little bit more dynamic. Okay, let's turn off the AccuCurve. Let's push this in a little bit more, something like that. We'll see. As soon as I start to print, I find something that I should have fixed. Yeah, absolutely. Every time. Every time. Like without fail. It's such a heavy truth. Let me see. Man, I mean it's already been 4 hours. I've been here jamming away on this. We did a whole lot. We did an entire jack-o'-lantern. This whole pumpkin didn't exist before the stream. Um, we did. In fact, here let's go ahead and let's add a little bit of color to this bit in here. Just so that it's a little nicer, you know. And then out here we can kind of like add a little bit of that too. And then it can kind of fade out to something that works a little bit more for a pumpkin, right? For the rest of the pumpkin. Yeah, I don't know. Like color-wise, that's kind of working. Yeah, there's a whole lot that kind of goes into making these sorts of things work, and I don't know. I've been digging into the main things for right now. A lot of times, like these streams, like it gives me an opportunity to dig into the main things, but then I have to kind of take a step back and give it time outside of the stream to really make things work. Um, which is fine. You know, it's just part of the process. All right. That's nice. So cute. I don't have time to do the extra prop, so maybe we'll save that for another time. Maybe my own stream. We could see. We could see. Yeah, let's go ahead. One of the things that I know that I'm going to need to do, let's go to deformation, we'll say inflate. I'm going to need to inflate that tail a bit. That might not be quite enough. Let me see if she's about that scale. It might work. Get a measurer thing out. I could probably stand to make her a little bit bigger. It's like this is one of the things that I always do just to be able to get a good feel um, for my project and how it's going, is that I'll go ahead and I'll look at it at the scale on the screen that it's going to be in the real world. And that's always like, yeah, that's about right. It's a little bit bigger than what I'm intending, but I mean it should be good. That thickness should be enough for it to come out all right. Yeah, I'll have to try it out at some point. Um, in fact, who knows? Maybe I'll go through and print it out like 2 inches tall and see kind of what it is that how it is that it turns out. That's like 2.5 inches tall right now, which scale wise for real life food demon would be about that size, like 2 or 3 inches tall. Of course, she's sitting back, so she's currently standing at something like, let's say, 1 inch. Yeah, a little under 3 inches tall. So she's about right. I like that. I might have to do some things, repositioning shoulders. Like I might have to drop this shoulder so it's down here a little bit further and get that elbow down here a little bit more to get that, because there's like this energy to the way that this arm is wrapping. I'm not getting that with this right now. So we'll have to see. I'll hit save. But yeah, that's where we're at. Thanks guys for coming and hanging out. I always have a blast. I always have a blast working on these things and having good people to talk to while I'm doing it. So thank you for coming and hanging out. Uh, like I said, tomorrow Layla will be streaming and she'll be doing some character stuff. I don't know what she's been working on lately, but she does some really neat stuff. And then Shane will be on Monday, and he's a familiar face for anybody who's been around these streams for a while. Um, Here, let's kind of turn her up to her full resolution so that we can see her as nicely as possible. Um, yeah, so things, action items for myself moving forward. I need to work on some of this. Maybe it's a torso twist, like taking the torso and kind of twisting it so that that shoulder ends up a bit more down here. The elbow ends up down here, and the arm can kind of wrap up around the body. Um, Getting a bit more of like get a bit more structure, a bit more definition to these legs here, because these legs are not quite doing what I'd like them to do. Um, I might take the head and kind of turn it a little bit more toward me. Let me turn on perspective. That's a little bit too much perspective. Let's turn on this perspective. I need to add some thickness to the leaf. Yeah, some little things here and there. I might need to figure out something for the eyelashes to make sure that they don't completely break and die. The tail, probably some of the similar things. I need to do shoes, get the shoes going in there. I need to add some thickness to these nails so that they're not so brittle. I need to add my mug with the whipped cream and the cinnamon stick, and that's it. It's quite a list, but it's a lot. It's a fun bit of stuff to work on. So thanks for coming and hanging out. Um, I really appreciate you. I appreciate you coming and having fun with me this on your Saturday morning. And I'll see you next time I see you. Smartest out.